Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Right. I am gonna go be on my Splatoon Raiders grind on stream today. It's hot as ugh out, so I am not doing a cam stream again. Let's see, what was the weather yesterday? I'm gonna look it up and tell you guys how hot it was because it was disgusting. Going to therapy was nasty. And then having to get in the car after, and the car was hot as hell. Ooh. Tough. Oh, also. Can I not turn off music in the game? Oh, it's not. And tomorrow to get to, then you're moving. Oh shit, have you started packing? Are you hiring something, like a company? Although if you were tight on cash, I don't know if you'd have that allotted. You're done packing already? Hell yeah. A bunch of good stuff. Nice. That's exciting. Shit. Oh yeah, because it is the 28th. Damn. I feel like this month, because it was so hot, at least where I am, shit passed wild. Since I can't turn music off this game, I did not play music. Oh my god. Do you have a first room you unpack whenever you get to a new spot? Here, I feel like my mic is louder than normal. Ugh. There. Hopefully that's not too wild. Alright. Oh, you've always lived with people. Shit. So like a definite big step. That's gonna be wild. So free. Get to put shit where you want it and stuff. Yeah. I would be scared too, I'm not gonna lie. I just was gonna say that part out loud. Wasn't gonna make it worse, but that would be kind of scary. But a lot of good comes with it for sure. It's just definitely an adjustment. I'm gonna go help random people. I've been carrying people in this game. Also buying the ugliest furniture. What the hell? Why? You just gotta get on like Facebook Marketplace or something and get you some like walnut looking wood, even though it's not necessarily real wood. And then you can literally call like anything mid-century modern. No way did I get kicked right then. Buying it from auction, and it's the only stuff that's cheap. Oh god. Are you getting a lot of wicker stuff? You got like patio furniture inside? No offense, you gotta do what you gotta do. When I got my first apartment, that I was responsible for, I definitely had like the Walmart, basically cardboard furniture, you know? Other than my bed. Oh my god. This shit from the 80s. From grandma's. Hey, it's coming back. Vintage. What's it called when you're zero waste or whatever? Conscious consumer. You're just ethics maxing. Fine. Honestly, too, for some of the ugly, like truly ugly old stuff that's cheaper, paint and letting it actually dry before putting stuff on it can do a lot. And a little sanding. I say as I still haven't finished painting my house and I moved in like 4 years ago. 5 years ago. I don't remember how long. I have half my main level with black doors. Or no, I painted I think all of the main level doors. Like solid, I really like tricorn black from Sherwin-Williams. So that's what I have on my doors downstairs, and then half of the trim on the ground. Like the, I don't know if it's, I think it's still called trim, right? Or baseboard, no, maybe baseboard, I don't know. But I have half of that painted black, and then it just ends in this very distinct spot, and I never finished. Started to be an issue because I like got in my fucked up stage of my spinal bridging where I was clearly getting like a lot of irritation, and then I just didn't go back to it yet. You have to like throw on, well actually I don't know about you, but for me I'll throw on like people's vlogs where they're like decorating for a season or something, or like decorating their house in general, and then I'll work on mine at the same time, and just hearing them narrate that they're working on something helps me body double. I'll usually throw on like Cozy K's like videos, or there've been some different ones recently that I watch, but ones that piss me, like I can't do the ones that are like clearly someone who had like family wealth and then got a new place, because it doesn't make any sense. It'll be like, I hired movers and I have task rabbits to come in and put all these together. And then I'm like, okay, well now I don't want to decorate. But well, work speed once again made teachers suspicious of your work. From a college rep to email high school and professionally chew them out. Good. I'm glad that someone said something, because fuck no. If you were about to say that you went along with it again, I would have to actually kill you. And the principal emailed me to apologize. Yay! Not like in a, you know, talking down kind of way, but literally yay. Because what the fuck? You don't deserve to get harassed because you're trying to be extra productive because you're excited to progress in your career. Like, damn. With moving out, like moving away from family, are you like going no contact with family essentially? Nice. Did you say yep to the no contact thing? I can't remember the pacing because of the fight starting. Oh, definitely get that. So hey, if you have a graduation date and like day, and you have nothing to do, game or something too, and try to go out. Some people around the game, big cat attack or some shit, but I'm sure you've got your own offline friends. So, hopefully that'll be good fun. I have family that I'm no contact with. And my relationship with my family is very odd, which I've talked about before. They're like complex. So also not maybe wanting to be a thing. Sometimes I for sure just want to be bummed. And my feelings about talking about. Oh my gosh. This shit at level 50 is wild. Like, these peoples aren't as bad because they're lower level, so there's less spawning in, but for me now, level 50 levels are wild. Stuff. Yay! Good. Me and my, I would say I consider them my best friend, but I don't know if I don't think I'm their best friend. I don't know. But I try to invite her, like we try to do the same. We throw our own version of stuff and invite each other. That way we don't feel like we need to go to other people's like family stuff that's not welcoming. Oh yeah. Just to be like, I don't know. Because for them, they don't have the family stuff to go to at all. And then for me, I've invited them a couple times to family stuff. And afterwards they're like, that was weird. And they finally like understood I'm not full of shit about stuff. Because usually I just didn't take people around my family. But it was like, I think for my birthday, I invited them to go to my birthday at my family's because I was anxious about having to do it for my parents, you know? And so I allowed it this year. Usually I do birthday stuff because I get really depressed around my birthday and like isolate and stuff. But this year I allowed it and I took them and I remember afterwards it's like, yeah, that was weird because they all like went in the other room and whispering, talking to each other and no one talked to me. I was there for my own birthday. I was like, yup. No hate to them. Oh, it's getting overpowered? Shit, I thought I did. Hold on, yeah. I will turn it down in just a second. Since I'm doing online, I can't pause. Okay, raid failed. That'll do. Let me see. Turn it down to like that. There, maybe that'll help. Yeah, like I was carrying them, I couldn't stop. But, no, like, she'll invite me to stuff or we'll try to make plans together that kind of fulfill that stuff. But usually, like, both of us have holidays, we get more depressed surrounding and then we don't really try to force each other to keep in contact. But we'll reach out every now and then and be like, what's up? Trip next Christmas time to Aruba. Oh shit. Dick. Sorry, I didn't know where that was. I'm gonna be dead ass, like, be honest. No idea, I had to look on the map. That's exciting. Is there like specific stuff there you want to do? Planning for college over a week all inclusive? What the fuck? That's sick. Do you like have to take a seminar down there or something or go to a presentation? Like learn about some specific thing? Or can you just like, do they just fund going on a trip? I think you can never leave Canada. It's like a super safe travel location. Fuck yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have to plan a little, or you know, I don't know if you're an itinerary person. We're all level 50. This is gonna be wild. 5,000 tournaments, like a 4,600 trip. Oh, okay. You get less money next turn if you save. Oh, okay. So you definitely need to like use it essentially. I mean, I have to save for my college stuff. I got, because of my permanent disability, I worked with vocational rehab, like a state thing, helping people get like schooling and jobs if they're permanently disabled and qualify through the state. And then sometimes like they would say, you know, this could go directly to your tuition, but also you should keep some aside, like if you need anything to accommodate your schoolwork. So like that's how I got, I'm gonna be super honest, I think I got my first tattoo that way, a little bit of it, and then a laptop, so I could go to school. And then after school I had to buy like my current laptop, which is definitely like nicer than what I've had. But I liked my old laptop. I think it was like a Toshiba. and it was a really interesting texture. Kind of missed the like vibe of it. Oh. For sharing your books, all that stuff, we just got covers. They only give me that for your needs money. Okay. So then, yeah, you definitely got to make sure you maintain that connection. Oh my god, I even carried them? Bro, my build might be actually beast. I just turned level 50. I mean, fuck yeah. And you're planning it far enough in advance. You're talking like this coming Christmas? Let me see. No. 2027. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I thought you said the next one, but sometimes people say that. They mean like the next approaching one. Oh, my back. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's the same for me. I would say this Christmas, but sometimes people don't. Yeah, so you're planning it plenty in advance where you should be able to get like a solid plan that you can, you know, understand. If you don't feel like it some days and you plan to go somewhere, do something, you don't have to do it. But that once you're there, you won't be kind of struggling to find shit. Like, I don't know, would you be going to stay in like a resort, or is there like a hotel, or... it's 4,600 per person. It's a small island. It's pretty much just resort. Oh, okay. That's what I was specifically wondering. Because I know there's some places that function like that. Oop. Where it's mostly resort and like tourist stuff, and they kind of have connections to the community, like shuttles or whatever, you know. I've not been on very many. Actually, I'm full of shit. I've not been on any vacation, just of my own choosing as an adult. I've only ever traveled like when I worked full-time so I could afford to travel. I really couldn't take time off, so it was always for like bereavement, going to a funeral. And that's not really like a vacation, so I've never planned a vacation. So that seems exciting too, especially with, like you said, not thinking you would ever get to like the end of it. Oh my god. Or like living so long, not doing anything. We're finding food and stuff. Yeah. That shit stresses me out. I think for me especially too, like I worry about being like invasive. I don't want to risk like going somewhere that really doesn't want me to be there. So I get like I don't know, I get into an anxiety spiral around going to places on vacations. Which I've been in school straight through until that Christmas. Ah. And then you'll be on that game making run once you get out. I can't remember, is your degree a 2-year? Did you say it's like an associate's kind of thing? Or is it a bachelor's? A 3-year advanced diploma. Oh, okay, sick. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, shit. I've been back to my, should I get my graduate degree and then remembering that I went to school for English and that's a waste. But every now and then, that shit pops back up. It's like with hindsight, it's easier for me to like forget how difficult it was for me to get through school. In person anyway. Damn, I wasted that so bad. Well, it worked out, because if it didn't, I would have had to hate myself a little. Oh, man. The more stars a weapon has, the more weapon powers it can hold, and better weapon powers too. Oh yeah, I forgot. I just upgraded my little bench thing, so I can also add better, or craft. No, I can swap weapon, like, powers now. Little highlighted things on them. I go here. Scrap. Grab these. On the high school day. For your next 2 courses, you're gonna finish Writer's Craft tonight for the 2nd time. Then you have 2 easy business courses. Shit. That's wild. Literally flew through that shit. And have a chance to become fermented. Fermented salmonids take greater damage. Hello, Ava. Welcome in. Doing alright, how are you? The business ones take grade 11 law. Oh my god. In high school I did mock trials. Hello, always Ange. Welcome back. A year and a half of high school in 2 months. Fuck yeah. Without all of the extracurriculars and like demand. Pretty efficient. Have to do volunteer work. Ah, okay. Like with your city, or does it just have to be with the state or whatever? Pretty amazing to see right now. Nice. Ooh, I should have actually. I'm not even hungry. The minute you said, oh my god, sorry, adjusting my chair. The minute you said just eating, I was like, I need to eat. Then remembered I do not. What's the nearby damage on my weapon? Meet with kids help phone. Is that like a big brother kind of thing? Kids help phone. Oh, that's sick. I see what it is. The midnight shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Shit, that's a good choice too for volunteer work. But also, fuck, do you have therapy? Because, like, for your mental health? Or will they kind of, you know, equip you with... Oop, what the heck? with ways to manage things. I assume they would actually, yeah, they're gonna train you. I feel like that could be tough. Oh my god. What's she eating, Ava? Right before I went live, I ate a very affordable cheesy bean and rice burrito. Whoop. This game has so much going on at any given moment. What the fuck? I love it. There you go. I keep forgetting I'm in a team. You get to work from home for that, though? That's like, sorry. Come on. Oh yeah, I was gonna look that up before. I was gonna look up how hot it was yesterday too, because it was so nasty. I'm really fast. Ooh. Oh, I got bounced on. It was in my forehead, then they freaked it, bro. Okay, let me see. It is... Right now it feels like 103. I feel like yesterday it got up to feeling like 115 Fahrenheit. But yeah, it's nasty out. I'm ready for this heat wave shit to be done with, but unfortunately, especially with our current like admin in the US and then partners like Israel and stuff destroying the fucking planet, I don't see it getting better in future years, which sucks. So I definitely, like, I'm not streaming with a camera today because my office gets way too hot with this, but I'm gonna have to figure shit out for the future. Or not, and I can just have my little doodle on the screen. Let's fuck it. Oh my god, my poor puppies. They've been so bored. I like, you know, haven't been able to go play outside as much and run around, and that sucks. Fall, I'm gonna have to like pack in so many like activities for them and stuff. And thankfully before it got too hot out, I had one day like turned the yard sprinklers on, gone out there with a hose and the baby pool and had the dogs out and played with them outside. They had their little summer party. Oh my god. Right. Oh my god, they're not going to that one. Choosing spots I'm not at. I'm pretty sure I'm carrying. If I'm not, then oopsie. Yay. There, like those. Ooh, that anomaly one. the heck? What are you up to? Always the inch. Inch. Dang it. I wasn't carrying. Probably because I like sat out that one whole fight though. Oops. Okay. Just grab all of these. Ooh, I've wanted that. Yeah, I'll develop that. More splatolites. And I want this distance one too. Okay, get rid of orbital range. And splatolite area up 5. Dang, that's still not enough. That. Okay, that works. Sick. Go help people more. Bam. But bam. Okay. There. And move this. That should be good. Ooh, I don't want to... Yeah, I'll help him. For level 17, it'll be easy. I saw only 2 names and was like, oh, someone backed out, but it'll be fine. Oh, I can't hear my music anymore. What the heck? For myself. There we go. Somehow my monitoring of it got muted. Oopsie. Uh-oh. Almost died. Long line steel eel. Time to die. Potentially. Oh. Ooh, I'm gonna get fucked. Whoa. Uh-oh. That could have been so fucked up. Ooh. A weapon I don't use. Got a cool upgrade, I guess. Or a gadget. Enhanced knockback. Could get rid of cooldown reduced. Up here, do that. And yeah. Wider vortex range. I could get rid of that. Put that again. Cooldown reduced or duration up. Huh. Be cooldown reduced. Actually, I feel like I have something that changes the amount of time it takes for cooldown anyway, so duration up would be more helpful. Or like beneficial. Range up of that, even though I don't use it. Huh. Upgrade parts. Develop parts. Ooh, still not enough. Maybe if I scrap some weapons. By some, I mean one. So no. Alright. Like getting as much ferment chance as possible would be good. Yeah. Where's your map? I could try one of my solo levels. This one. Raid on super spicy. And I finally got another little outfit for my dude that I don't mind. So I changed my outfit for the first time in my whole playthrough. It just took me getting to like level 50, which is max level. But even once you get to max level in this game, you can like... You keep leveling shit beyond your specific level. Weapons can keep getting leveled, you keep getting the resources you need during these, kind of like with Helldivers, to like keep upgrading everything. Then do all these more difficult versions of things you might have played already, like places we've been, or I've been. Sub-level 2. Oop. Oh, I am kind of cooked. Yup. Okay. Oh. What the heck? How did I just take damage? Oh god. That was honestly so close to not being successful. I was getting bugged up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh wait, let me see if I can. Oh, not even something I would use. Weapon stash. I need to scrap. This and this. And then upgrade parts. Is that what I needed to do? No, I wanted to develop parts. And it was this. Oh. Dang, I still don't have enough. Go help people because I get more rewards for finishing something. All right. Ready. Oops. Ooh, that was supposed to be more direct forward than it ended up. Let me get around here where there's all those eggs. Oh, that was so close. Dang. With a great performance and relatively fewer slots, and they're worth developing. Maybe I should level this one up a little bit more because distance doesn't really matter for the other yet. Not in swim form. Kind of cool, but yeah, I'll develop for Matt. Explosive finale would be good for now. Just to use that extra spot. Okay. Do I have more of these training things I can do? One? Huh. Whoop. Oh, duh. I have to complete them all in one go, so... Damn. You know... I drop. Oh, you're good. I've just been locked in. Leveling my shit up. Ow. Oh. Need to hover over to it. Oh, what the heck? I can throw that at a wall? This whole time I didn't know it could do that. Okay. It's actually... Nice. Started to worry I was gonna have to, like, do something special. Dang. Oop. Alright. Yes. It... Do you think you got... Damn it. Do you think you have a couple more hours or even less than that? Ooh, lock in. Where's that little fish at? What the hell? Oh, it's already dead. Oop. Probably 3 for not being super focused. Still not bad. Oh, hell yeah. You have non-writing, and then you get to rewrite the CCA. Bye. Go to where this compass is pointing. Oh my god, the other day after during stream I talked about getting that fan theory about Mary Poppins, Pennywise, and the Cat in the Hat. And then I was joking about it. Whenever I ended stream, I like hyper focused. And then the next day I woke up and I thought about it and like just all these ideas popped in my head. I hyper focused. I like sketched up storyboard like planning. I like oops, that is not something that needs to die. I like wrote a bunch of lore and shit. And it was actually ridiculously made sense to me. I don't know, it was ridiculously kind of good. So that's why I did not come back with it this time, because I want to fuck with it more and then show what I've got. It was just fun having a bit to write for. So it felt like I had a reason, less to decide, I guess. And for a bit, like, I love going extra for a bit. Like taking a joke. Oh my god. I'll beat the fuck out of a dead horse. I think that shit's so funny. Yes. Oh. Whoops. I didn't realize I was supposed to break balloons. I was just thinking about the story. Here. Okay. Oh, yeah. Almost died that time, so I had to use my shit early. Oh! Oops. Oh my god. Nice. That one was weird. Having to only use all those ults. Whoa. I think that must have been the final. What were they saying? Do you need Spearlight shards for anything? And if so, can I come mine huge crystals with you? Okay. What is this? Pink upgrades. Gadget slots. And HP. Which one do I want to level? Gadget, weapon, or HP? I use a lot of, yeah, like everyone uses their gadgets a lot, I guess. My weapon or my health? I'll level up my weapon damage for now, because my gadget's already pretty good. Let's see what I can increase. Supply would be cool. And then for this one, but there's something special. Repeller damage. I'll do that. And then for this one, get our damage up. Cool. Damn, level 60. Some of these super spicy ones, I guess. Oh yeah, I got used to that bucket for a second. I was trying to use the, what is it, the blobber or something? Oh, I think the egg disappeared. I had started making stuff too, because I think I picked out a name for, I'm feeling more and more like I really want to do something like creative and just dig into it, because I don't know. Hold on. That just made no sense and was really stupid, but first I'm thinking something coherent. I'm just getting a little overstimulated by the game plus the music. One sec. I came up with a name that I would prefer for a company. Bought a domain. I need to go in and see how I would go about getting like trademarking that or whatever, getting the rights to that name, and then progressing. But like fucking everything costs money. It's so annoying. Like if you don't have it, you're good. For the longest time, I wanted to make a zine, but my issue with making a zine with other people is that I can't compensate people, and I don't want to do like all of us. I don't have creative friends that would be like, I'd be chill being like, okay, this is going to be like a, we're not making money right away Like, I don't know. I have complex trauma, so I'm just nervous about starting anything that would help, like, financially. That would also include someone else and then, like, being tied to someone or owing someone or another, like, burden kind of feeling. So I need to figure that out, but I would love to eventually, if not having just a zine, a magazine would be cool. Just, like, sucks to wanna do stuff and not charge people for it, but also needing to survive, not being able to afford to. Like, ugh, so annoying. And then deciding too, if, like, do I want it to be like a zine or do I want it to be more of a literary journal kind of thing? And would I wanna do writing workshops along with it and instruct people and help people? And how would I wanna go about all that? I've been working on that off stream too, and I feel like that might taking a little more brain energy than normal, of course. So just like definitely need to figure out a formal, like realistic way to survive. And then keep streaming because I like it. But I don't know. Eh. Drew. Scrap weapons. That shark looking gun seems cool. Water Wing Splatter Shot Jr. Huh. Go help. I get such better loot when I go help other people compared to when I just play the game. Which was smart. Really incentivizes people who've gotten further in the game to go help people who haven't progressed as much. But, oh, why am I? And Sea Lily. How many people name themselves after like actual critters in the sea? Makes me feel fucking embarrassing. Literally doing my. God, I don't know. I feel like my perspective with like online stuff and content creation has always been so muddled because I'm not a rich person who ghostwrites from a, like writes under a fake name. And so like it's hard because usually as a writer, the standard is not using a fake name. So like that was never something I planned on doing, and I always was writing and talking under my real name. Or like under my first name, you know? So it's just a little messy because I'm like, damn, it would be nice to be able to be like Jidden and Farden 69420 exclamation point online or some shit, you know? With the anonymous feeling, but also I don't really like lie and stuff, so unless it's for my own safety. Or for like other people, so I don't know what purpose that would really serve, I guess. I feel like I'd still end up feeling weird about it. Damn it. I was literally like 4 little eggs away from being done. Oh, I sucked. What was I doing? Help people again. I feel like even if I would have just boosted off the bot right then, I would have done better. Like we would have got the last few. Blowfish. Blowfish. I don't even know fish. Dude. This one's tough. Oh, fuck. Cute. Oh, Jesus. I carried. I really hate to say it, I like this outfit more still. Like, this is cute and all. It just doesn't match my character's hair ever. I'll leave it. I think I own everything I can for the ship. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'll work on my treasure map again. Do another super spicy raid. Survivalist difficulty. Huh. I don't know if there's going to be anything in any of these trees. Nothing in there. Okay. I should have tried calling for help on this and let other people play some of these too. If I'm like not having enough come to me, I just don't know if it affects. I doubt it would affect progress. I'm gonna do that for the next one. I know I have enough of the items it takes to invite people because I've been going and helping other people more than I've called on other people, so should be stocked up. Where? They're not a crystal? Alright. Okay. Make sure there's nothing hidden I want to get. Huh. Nothing over there that I can see. Where is the last salmon? Oh, there isn't a last one. It's already gone. You could work on leveling up some of the other boss kind of thingies too. That's an option. Hmm. I'll get rid of duration up. Because what was explosive reflection? Creates an explosion each time a line is reflected. I feel like it just being up longer would have the same impact. Not what I meant to do. Feeling getting back high marks in creative writing right now. Nice. Yeah, that shit hits. Differently for sure than like getting back grades for like formal writing. Professional writing. Copywriting and stuff. Copywriting actually, it's not getting feedback on copywriting can be fun too, but it just depends. I want to just resubmit the whole shit. Yeah. So I mean, I wonder if they graded it before. Had it been done getting graded before they called too? Because oh my god. I still, you redoing that, still just like, I get it, and panicking and doing it, but no, just the first 4. Oh, okay. We just need more shards. Like 2 more. Have to write a speech in a business correspondence. Ooh. Not too bad. I feel like I'm gonna get a contact high when you're done with all of your work. Hell yeah. Ugh. Actively marking, so it could get your final mark for the source like the next couple hours. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Dang it. Oopsies. Oopsie, oopsie. Oopsie, poopsie. This part's interesting. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So then I won't get lasered on my way to this one. Nothing else down there. Oops. Wow. I need to go back up there. Get those. Mm-hmm. Yeah. think that'll collect that. The weapon guide. No. Do this. Oh, wait. What am I doing? I'll scrap all these. I like that my swim form takes way less damage. I'm gonna leave that. But I thought about it for a second. Oh, wait. Can I develop that one part yet? I can. Range or focus? Range. What's this? Tinker. Right, that or direct hit damage. That one. Yeah, that's a smarter build. And for this one, everything stays the same. Okay. Ooh. New compass. Okay. I will do this level 45 one. Connect to the internet and call for help. If a helper is found, they'll join and a raid will begin. If the raid is successful, you won't be able to call for help again for a period of time. In multiplayer, enemy strength and what you can acquire change at times. If you fail the raid, you won't bring back any loot that you've collected. Do I wanna do it? Yeah, fuck it. Probably should have used it on a higher level one, but oh well. Razor clam and snow crab. I'm gonna get over here and get rid of a lot of these distance things that'll end up fucking us up. Yeah. They're more familiar with this than me. They're surpassing me and getting carried. Nice. Yeah, inviting other people to that was kind of a waste. And I definitely got carried. Oh, I got a new outfit. Or calling for help and clearing a dungeon in multiplayer. I do prefer this outfit. Okay. Okay. I had pop-ups, so I wanted to make sure I didn't have anything that took up less slots that I could equip. Treasure map. There, do a spicy raid. No! I accidentally hit freaking Y and it pivoted me. Uh, 96 in creative writing? Hell yeah! Yay! That's sick as fuck. Oh my god. And yeah, it would take... Yeah, I'm not gonna say it out loud, but there's no way that then your final grade isn't gonna be impressive and exciting. There's just up there. Oh, I don't even think I drilled that other gem. That or, I guess, regenerated. If I hadn't drilled it. Wild. If I didn't have my ult just sitting ready, I would have been fucked right then. Oh, I missed the little ramp. Okay, now I'll get 2 times the yield from doing this. So I can drill the large one. Make sure there's nothing for me to loot over here. Nope. Oh, there was way over there, though. But I know. Can see clearly. Fuck. Alright, let's see. Oh, nothing worth a shit. Grab the weapons I don't want. What the heck is this? Diesel 4K? Ah, well, I'm not going to use the weapon I have to charge. Yeah. Wait a minute, where's this? I pull in salmonids. That one would probably be good. Chance of vortices to inflict fermented status on salmonids. Fermented salmonids take more damage, but it raises it to 30%, and I have twice as much. Like twice as likely. Mm. Let me do... We'll What can I make for this? A lot of like, oh, it just stays in one spot. I don't know about that. Power egg collection would be kind of nice. But that takes up a lot of slots. Holy shit. How many slots do I have available right now? On that? None. That is tough. Just hold on to the money for now. It's super spicy. The aroma. Now I can shoot my gun. Uh-oh. Come on. Dang it. Hello, Tack. What's up? Working? Or on a break or something? Work a little bit longer. Going to be lurking. Oh, okay, cool. Well, thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. Thanks. Upgrade parts, maybe? Damage will increase. I'm just gonna do that. Do this one again. Which I should have been able to beat. Holy shit. easy. Need to do another. $76 is wild. Dude. What the hell? These ones are so fucking messed up. They just laser you. Dang. I like didn't blink that time. I can't afford it. Okay. What can I do with this one? Oh, I can't call for help again. Okay. Beep. This little fucker. Oh. Ooh. Jesus. Got a single mark back that's under 91%. Hell yeah. Holy shit. Exciting. Get a closer look. Appears to be a mysterious puzzle made of gold. Blah, blah, blah. Will it be once solved? Huh. I don't know what that even does yet. Hmm. Dang. Maybe the teacher's even like, I understand your position. I was renovated last year. That's exciting. That's sick too. That's always nice. As fuck. Been evicted. Yeah, I assumed it was something like that. Like, damn. I didn't have to assume something nefarious. So there's no effect yet from this. Huh. It's always nice when a teacher, yeah, treats their students like they're human beings and people too, especially when you're an adult. Because some people, I know a lot of teachers who aren't horrible, but then there really are a lot of people who, once they get a slight little bit of, they get a little bit of power, they want to make their fucking insecurity everybody's problem. It's the worst. Always nice to not have that happen. But also I get it too, like teachers are really underpaid and overworked and confronting a lot of the intentional oppression and frustration formed by policy within other like people, so it's tough. But always nice to at least baseline get treated like another person. Even more exciting when they like get it. Oh, oh my god. Your big arms. Die. Oh, oh my god. Well. Easy. now. Does it have what it needs to actually do something? Tactical frying pan. Island Scholar. I like the name tags. That's cute. Take a closer look. Oh. Ruins, you can almost taste the fluffy pancakes hot from the pan. Oh, hell yeah. What does it do? You can use tank vortex with any tank. With the tactical tank vortex is upgraded. Oh, cool. Okay, so I can scrap these. There's the thing that made it so it picks up stuff. Huh. But this one that could get that. Then it must be this. Did I miss it? Nope. Weird. But I must already have it. Develop parts. Okay, that one I already have it. Then it must be this. Yeah. Mega Power Egg Collection. Ooh. Need a little more stuff. Okay. And I will do another raid. Won't be those. Those are all super high level. Bagel Beach. Oh no, this is the one where I literally can't do anything. I think. Like I have to just rush. I can change my tank. Work on those. Super speed tank, super power tank. Maybe go help. See if some higher level people need help. Hey Sushi, what's up? How are you doing? Oop. Nah, no face cam. It's too hot. Yesterday it was 115 degrees Fahrenheit where I am. And today, when I last looked, it was like 103. My house can't keep up. And I've already had to get my AC fixed multiple times in the last year and a half. I really can't afford to do it again if I would push it. But yeah, I'm doing all right other than the heat. Glad you're doing good. Doing well. You went up to anything fun? Or like fulfilling? Not necessarily like fun or exciting, you know? So you're drowning from sweat right now? Ah. Honestly, my room's not too bad right now because I don't have the camera on and all the lights. So I'm like in a cave. But yeah. Oof, that was bad. Let me... My voice is echoing. What the heck? Here. Let me pull it up for myself and to listen through my OBS. My stream up for me. Oh my god, if it would let me. Jesus. Okay. You sure you don't have me up on 2 tabs or something? Because it looks fine to me on my end. Well, like, it doesn't look fine, but it sounds fine to me on my end. I muted my stuff. Huh. I don't know then. You might want to try maybe refresh my stream. Maybe for some reason it's playing like my profile audio. 'Cause sometimes I'll have that happen on mobile. If I click on it from someone's profile or like from the main thing, sometimes it'll play beneath the pop-up and it'll play the pop-up as well. Thanks, Tack. Yeah. I've definitely had that happen before. Ooh, or I've before accidentally done the thing where like I think I've done it like one time and you feel like such a chud when it happens. Like if you say something's muted and it's not, but it's because chat also slows down. Ugh. But it's hard to tell. I've done that like one time. I was like, well, I should go eat shit. Going your hometown? Yay! Oh yeah, you were gonna be going on a trip. You mentioned that when I was playing Resident Evil. Oh my god. Yay. No, I really want to play Requiem, but I've been definitely... I've had to ask a relative to borrow like $100 to avoid going negative each time my bills are due and then paying it back, but I gotta pay someone back like tomorrow. And the money's back in my account too. So I definitely can't justify buying Requiem right now. Honestly, I don't even remember why the fuck I bought this, but I'm glad I did. Definitely one of my favorite games that's come out in like the last year. But oof. Oh fuck. Yeah, fresh air is nice. Hopefully not getting too warm though and still hydrating and stuff, because oh my god. I know it was hotter around you last time we talked about the temp. So I can imagine right now it must be hot as shit. Oh, I failed. That's something I've been doing though with like, I didn't stream yesterday, which I had scheduled, and then today I like didn't really, I don't know. I went home, what the fuck? I went live late and I'm being really low key about it. I'm just chilling. I've been doing more painting and stuff and art stuff off stream and trying to dive back into like stuff that I like doing as a kid, which love video games too. But I feel like when I've been focusing more mental energy on that with my depression and stuff, it's just like focusing on what I, you know, what I can when I can, and then if I can't go live, I can't go live. This is what it is. But getting back to like painting and stuff like that is nice. A monsoon in your hometown? Jesus. You get like lots of bugs with that too. All the humidity and stuff. Oh my god. Oh. Oh! This one's difficult. Yeah, mosquitoes. Fuck. That stinks though. That's been my issue too. I'm like, I can wait till later in the evening right now. Not with the monsoon bit, but I can wait until evening for it to be a tiny bit cooler. But even then, it's still been like 90 something degrees at like 9 p.m. And then it's just buggy out. So many mosquitoes and stuff, and the little flies that bite. Oh. Damn. Oh, so then it doesn't do its damage? Beautiful. Yay. I bet. I can't wait for fall. Fall weather, fall activities. Man, this heat is disgusting. But I say it like every day. Oh, okay, 1 second. Let me finish looking at this because I know otherwise I'll forget. Oh my god. That is beautiful. What the fuck? Bro, my hometown smells like shit. This is beautiful. God, with a hometown like that, it'd be hard to not want to be like, okay, I'm gonna get on my poetic shit when I go home, take pictures, be outside the whole time. Oh my god. Which one do I want to try? I don't know if it's so bad. Yeah, 100%, easily. I would be prioritizing that too. Honestly, regardless of the heat. That was beautiful. How's your leg and all? I'm doing well. My foot, I just can't afford to get the MRI, so it is what it is. But it's fine. I can walk on it and stuff, knowing that it's not broken and that, like, that it's for sure not broken at least anymore. Like, I can walk on it and stuff and not worry about it. It's a little weird that it's like half numb and I have to make sure not to extend it and stuff, but otherwise, it's fine. Oh, an MRI here? I mean, I know the X-ray, the appointment for me to get an X-ray of my foot, I still owe $270 that I don't fucking have. So for an MRI with my insurance too, I don't even know. It's been so long since, well, yeah, it's been so long since I've had an MRI. I could see it easily ending up being at least like $700. Unless for some reason an MRI is covered more than an X-ray. But, yeah. And my partner needed a root canal, and had, like, redone from his childhood. He's old as shit. He's 36. So, he had to get that redone, and that was, um, it was around $500 after insurance, just for the one appointment, so, and it got all done in one appointment, but like shit's expensive, so definitely not. And for like an infection and getting that handled, like that has to get done. That's not something you could choose not to, especially with it being on the face too and in your jaw. The risk there is so bad. But walking around on something that hurts, like, it's kind of just home. Oh, it's alright. Yeah, the US is expensive as fuck. Like, oh my god. It's ridiculous. Like, that's my big thing with, like, my rods in my legs. I'm so scared. Kind of, like, I have to be aware of the feeling of my body and any pain. I can't just ignore it and, like, treat it like it's just anxiety, because that's not true. Um, like, sure, I can have more anxiety around it, but, ugh. But with my legs, it's like, I gotta be aware in case my rods are messing up finally and I need them replaced finally. But I really hope that doesn't happen. Or at least not anytime soon, because I truly don't know. I would for sure lose my house. I'm barely holding that on. Anyway, which, not to be like a world's most violent, it's just the reality of the US. And for most people, I think, here now. It's tough. You wanted to get your MFA abroad? Yeah, especially right now. It's a scary time to even be here on student visas for people. Can't imagine. Truly. Sucks. But yeah, I feel like I'm not sure what kind of financial supports are there, but it would be tough. Still doable though, not to like discourage someone if they had still a dream to do something, but holy crap, it would take a lot of work. Like some type of person who can't stay at the same place for long. You getting that? Yeah. Yeah. Like you like the novelty of experiences and new spots and get more fulfillment from moving. It's not so much expensive as the US. Yeah, definitely get that. Definitely understand that. If it didn't take me so much of my adult life to finally, like, I don't know, get therapy and stuff, I feel like I would have been looking into leaving the US earlier in my life. Knowing that this stuff was all kind of coming and writing about it so much. But that shit was just not a choice. Lauren, can't imagine the position. Yeah. Boring. Well, hey, my position here playing Splatoon. Not too bad. Could be worse. So. That's alright. Most times I'm fine with it too. I just definitely like get a little, not like, it's not about the individual and it's not like I'm resenting them, but like I do get jealousy when I hear people talking about their trips and stuff, or like a little bit like sad, like damn. I think that would be nice. But also I like hearing about people's trips and I like other people having a good time, so both can coexist. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm a pro gamer. I'm a god gamer. You depressed? Yeah. I mean, I have chronic depression too that's existed for my whole life, so I think I'm just like, you know, there's no other choice. And it's fine. I'm not worried about it. Especially not while playing Splatoon. This game is good for a little brain itch. There's so much happening all the time on screen. Yeah. Positive vibes only. Just, I mean, like, wallowing in it too much and, like, not just thinking about it on a surface level, like, that's not gonna help me get out of it either, and just overwhelms and stuff anyway, so I'm fine with being a little delusional about it and laughing it off, and I don't know, able people can do those. Like, these songs, yeah, I'm playing music. Yeah, just because otherwise it's the same background music, like, nonstop. Alright. Fiber for the lyrics. Both. All of it. There's some songs, like, I like a lot of music. I'm not really tied to one genre, so that, like, it just depends on the piece, depends on the song. Some songs are good for the vibe, some songs are good for the lyrics. Not really what I go in looking for, it's what they show me. Like, you know, they do it well, I'm gonna be there. Fuck it. I wonder if I can complete this one now. How about you? You listen to music for the vibe or the lyrics? Or all? The songs, but like the pace is too high, you can't keep up. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. See, I listen to shit that's not in English, but like songs that aren't English, you know? The lyrics, but it's like whatever. I don't know. Sometimes the vibe is, yeah, good enough. You can get what's being said without like knowing what they're saying, yeah. Live, laugh, love, etc. Oh, no, I'm getting clapped in the corner. Oh, fuck. No. Pain. Like your English is not that good. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, I really like, like songs that are sung in Spanish, but I can like make stuff out and I can get the general idea, but I'm not, you know, forming the entire sentence structure in my head like I can for an English speaking, like, which is my first language, like, song. And I imagine it's like that for a lot of people. Not fucking. Oh, shut up. Oh my god. Didn't he forget the lyrics to that song too, performing it or some shit? I feel like that was a whole social media moment. Come on. Actually, someone's supposed to used to listen to the radio in the van. Makes sense. I feel like that shit played everywhere. Oh my god. Like working and stuff too. Just nonstop. Like, okay. We're all just going along with this, I guess. Because specifically Justin. Lyrics, but the vibe was so good it doesn't matter. Hey, yeah, that's fair. Oh. Oh my god, I'm dead. I suck. Oh! It sounds familiar. Here. Let me put it on and see. I'll have it play next. My memory is also shit, so I'll be for sure honest if I haven't heard it, but I put it to play next. Why, is that a song you like? Yeah, that's what I thought. I clicked that one. Used to be your fave? Okay. But it'll probably be a very obvious transition in vibes, so that'll help. Between Slipknot. Oh. I feel like... I can't remember. Didn't he die? Or am I thinking of someone else? Yeah, okay, I remember. Because a lot of people were like posting and stuff. Upset. Holy crap. There's just like so much happening. Okay. Oh, yeah, I've heard this. This was big on the radio too and stuff. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm talking about. And then the beat was like very popular. Holy shit. This game is wild. It's so easy to just like forget to blink. Now my eyes are really dry. Which direction? Of the antennas? Yeah. Oh my god. Honestly, having so much access to stuff is nice now. And then, like, I don't know about your smartphone situation, but for mine, I have a Samsung Galaxy phone. And, like, all of these apps would run so much better if they weren't, like, if every app wasn't trying to also be a tech startup company for, like, random shit and, like, invest in crypto and all that, and, like, in hurting people, especially companies that are invested in by white billionaires in the US and profit from flattering people because they're black or brown. Live somewhere other than the US. Would be nice. Could have a way cooler tech. Or like more useful for what we already need versus like, I don't know, trying to create beyond creating based on a need that you want to fulfill. Good reminder. I need to grab my water eventually. I had brought up Dr. Pepper up, and that's not. Not good long term. In India, there's no Dr. Pepper. Honestly, probably better off for it. 'Cause yeah. I don't remember liking Dr. Pepper so much until, like, once I got COVID the first time, I permanently, like, I have parosmia now, so, like, taste and smells don't make sense. They're not right anymore. A lot of stuff tastes and smells like rotting flesh and, like, death and, like, sewage, you know? And so Dr. Pepper now, like, the only soda that I can kind of drink that doesn't taste like that taste, that sewage death stuff, is Dr. Pepper Zero. And, like, I can't drink any normal or diet sodas anymore because something about them tastes like that as well. Like the COVID stuff. It has to be like a zero soda. So it definitely made it harder too with buying drinks at like bars. Dr. Pepper is one of the best sodas there are. Only one better is Cheerwine. I do like Cheerwine. Or Doritos. Mmm. Fruit punch or pineapple. Yummy. You ever think they planned that COVID and zero sugar? Oh, shut up. Don't do that. No, I think their overall plan was hoping that people like me who are permanently disabled just died. I don't think they were worried about making us like zero sugar soda. No. Funny though. Sugar always has. Your sugar always have more sugar. It's too sweet. Yeah. I had like lemonades, certain like manufactured lemonade, like bottles and stuff, or like juices. I have to be. It sucks because I know I'm autistic. Like, I'm autistic. I read as autistic. And I'm more quiet. And for a femme person, like, if you're more quiet and reserved and like anxious, people perceive it as you being an asshole, like mean or thinking you're better than other people or like conceited. Um, so then I go and like I have that vibe, and then I'm being picky about what I eat and drink because of what I developed from COVID, like that brain damage. It's like, fuck. I know sometimes I probably look like such a dick. By the Cheetos Flaming Hot, but it's like $10 to $15. Holy. I mean, I'm not sure what Cheetos are made of, but I feel like, yeah, at that point, it's not really the same though. So actually, that's not helpful. Ah! Oh my god, I thought I was gonna die, but I didn't. Now I did. I'm not like a big. I like jalapeno Cheetos. I don't really care about Flamin' Hot Cheetos. I always wanted to because of how much people like them. I wanted to enjoy them too, but I like the jalapeno ones personally. Oh my god, or I think iShowSpeed had like a partnership with like Doritos or Cheetos or whatever the fuck. And there were these like honey barbecue Cheetos that were so good. It was just like messed up. It was the most I've eaten chips in a long time. I was like, Yuki's hit. I should have used my ult. Yeah, I wouldn't waste money on them, to be honest. It'd be different if it was like a whole experience, like you were going somewhere like nice to eat and it costs more. But just to have the Cheetos and then sit and eat them and have to like, I don't know, fester in it, that'd be unfortunate. Yeah, usually my ass like definitely with snacks, that's a big place where I previously don't really keep them in the house and prefer not to. There's not a lot that I can like eat now anyway with like a lot of the snacks have chocolate in them or different stuff that'll taste like the COVID flavor. Um but snacks, like I just end up wanting to eat too much of them and then I feel like shit and it costs more money. Mm. Bulldog ramen. No, I've heard people really like it. I'm allergic. God, I'm so like I hate it. I really do. I'm so extra, but I'm allergic to sesame. So I also am really like, and I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat. If I were, I would love to be vegan if it was accessible to me financially, but I just can't do it. Um, and like physically, like I just can't. I don't have a car. I can't go to the grocery and the market that many times. But I have to worry about stuff made and stuff, and then with not eating any meat or like bone broths or like meat-based broth, I just need to find the right place. But I haven't really been able to be going out trying new food spots in a while, so I definitely have a list in my notes app though of food stuff and then stuff pulled up on tabs. I'll have to pull it up. Pack would probably fuck with it for sure. Ah. No. If you like spicy, go for 2 times spice. Oh. I'm hungry. Oh my god. I'm like, ooh, going to the African Grill sounds so fucking good right now, but I will not be doing that. But ooh, it doesn't sound yummy. Hit skip a couple times. I need to help someone with theirs quick so that I get more currency. Because I keep getting clapped by my stuff. I want to go for habanero when it's good. Ooh. Jack, you better take screenshots of that. Play Uptown Funk. Mm. I just get really quiet. I don't say anything for the rest of stream just to not say no. Now, I feel like that would make me want to die now, unfortunately. It is a catchy song, though. Yeah, now you're hungry, too. When I have enough money, I think tomorrow, once I make sure shit is paid that has to be paid, then I need to get like some grocery stuff. I'm like, ooh, I'm definitely making some rice-based like veggie bowl. That sounds so good right now. Wait, that's what I've been eating for the last 2 days. Oh well, fuck it. You're acting like it's brand new just because I fucking love it. Indian food? Dude, yeah, it is perfect. A perfect pairing. And it's been a little bit. Actually, I will probably be doing that. Smart. Genius. Shit. Naan even sounds good right now. A veg. Yeah, it is. Especially that tastes good. I think the first place I remember learning to like toast and open up like bloom my spices and stuff was through Indian cooking. Like watching Indian creators, cooking creators, content creators, and literally life-changing. It makes such a huge difference. Oh my god. And also, I think used to watch videos of foreigners trying Indian food for the first time. Oh my god. Do you like me watching videos of people being able to run like just to, I don't know. Was it just the excitement, like appreciation, or was it like inspo porn almost where you're watching like what the fuck? You know? Because people do like inspo porn stuff with disability, and usually I avoid that shit, but every now and then it'll catch me, and I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, I can't look away. It's like a train wreck. Even though I look away for that kind of shit, but you know. It feels like a physical manifestation of like when I'm ruminating over something embarrassing that I did. Isn't it tasty? Oh, yeah. Kind of like a mukbang. Which I also fuck with. Oh. Depending on the type, though. Because sometimes I worry, like, with mukbang stuff, like, I have a history with like eating disorder and disordered eating and stuff too. And I don't want to accidentally be like reinforcing someone hurting themselves for content. I'm like, the brain worms. Mm. Or not being worried about like burning on the bottom of the pot, adding some liquid, waking it back up, and stirring that in for even better flavors and stuff too. Smart tips. But also that might just be because of my family's like not having a ton like money like that. So and having 7 kids, like they were not cooking intricate meals like that. No offense to my mom. Like shit, I don't think right now I could fucking cook for 1 kid. Well, I couldn't cook for 7 kids right now. After having to work and stuff too. Mm-mm. Nope, nope. New food is underrated, so people should try it. Music, the mother spices. Yup. A beautiful thing, but also why a lot of other nations have brutalized it in the past. Sucks. But it is yummy. Not touch me. Yeah, okay. Oh shit. I was adjusting how I was sitting. This one is so difficult. Damn. Hack, fuck off. Don't tell me to play Uptown Funk again. Sushi, respectfully. Fine, fuck, I'm gonna push over. I don't know if I can do it. Oh my god. I can't do it. I'm so sorry. It really makes me want to die. Actually, why does this pull this reaction from me? I can't do it. Yeah, I'm sorry for that one. Got another song request and I'll play it. If it's not one to try to get me. I can't do it. Something about it. It must have played during a time in my life when some shit was going on or something. It's literally a full body reaction of dread when I hear that song. It had to have been playing a lot at one of my past jobs or something. Bro, are you trolling me? You know what? I'll leave it on. I'm going to heaven. Mm. I'm so glad I don't have a camera on right now because I probably look like such a fucking asshole. I have to play Uptown Funk to get into heaven. See, that's wild because the church really told me praying and Hail Marys would really save me from my disabled body, but the whole time it was Uptown Funk. Now I can get into heaven. Pretty fucked up. Holy shit. Now I just keep thinking about chana masala and naan. Yum. What's the... Oh, what game am I thinking of with the sound effect that's like, yummy, yummy. And it does like a fucking like... I don't think it's Donkey Kong. What am I thinking of? It's not Mario. This is whatever the sound effect is. Your dream got somewhere. No, it's like a sound effect in a game where you use some ability. And the sound effect says like yummy, yummy. And then it sounds like... It sounds and the sound feels like a ticket dispensing machine or ticket, you know... The ticket machine at like a Chuck E. Cheese. When it's eating up all the tickets. That's from my childhood memory of going to Chuck E. Cheese. I'm not frequenting at good old Chuck still, but... I forget I can pause this game when I'm playing it solo. Did this song replay, or is it still going? It might have restarted when I was in my fight and my brain didn't even process it, or I just skipped to the end, but there was only 30 seconds left that time anyway, so... My bad, team. Shit. Dang it, I was reading chat. Okay, hold on. Oh god. My last try? Oh, I fucking suck. Wait, I'm a genius? I'm dead. Oh, excuse me. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is Corn and Yellow's version. I can't remember who the name right now of the original. So with this one, I have to, whenever the circle is more blue in the compass on top, it means I'm headed in the right direction. Oh. Yeah, there are lyrics for it. Here's the... I'll play it next, yeah. Let me look up... But it's like a whole story told in it. Not something I like listen to on my own, but... Used to listen to One Direction. Nice. I think I've always, or even more so younger, I was more into like metal, heavy metal, death metal, whatever, but then also like punk, like screamo shit. Sorry, I'm like fucked up by this challenge. What the heck? How do I handle this one? Oh, it doesn't break through that at all. You do better. Hack. I'm gonna ban you. Oh wait, I did it? Oh fucking thank God. No suspend direct ban. Yeah, exactly. Instant ban hammer. 'Cause, 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 Oh my god. Having to listen to this again, no offense, but like listening to this again right now while doing this is also cursed. Let's go back to a playlist now. That was fun. That was a fun little... I love violin too. String instruments in general, but just the pace of it and everything while I'm trying to do like a challenge is so messed up. Stressful. No. Damn. So. Thank fuck. Oh, I didn't... Hold up. I'll look it up here in a sec. I didn't see that, sorry. Ooh, I loved a lot of like Motley Crue growing up too. Glenn Danzig, Misfits, Motionless in White, Bring Me the Horizon, Lil Wayne, Alisana. What was the other? Asking Alexandria. Like Black Veil Brides and stuff. I also listened to, like, Bullet for My Valentine more back then, which is wild. I have to be able to improve my weapon lineup as well for these harder levels. This is a bit much. Maybe I should work on leveling up my tanks. Weapon damage is increased 20% for 9 seconds when 30% of ink is used. It's kind of cool. Oh, that one. Hack. What the fuck did I do to you? What is your problem? I'm just trying to go nonverbal, splat and shit. Thinking about fucking Non and Chana Masala to myself. God. Damn, y'all heard some emo music and got real emo real fast. Try this one. Wait, her is a wild. Honestly, for not playing a song, probably the least shame-ridden moment of my life. So, went away. Isopop's cute. It's the thought that counts, trust. I know that energy-wise, vibes-wise, you were shaming me. And so message was still received. Don't worry. Now I'm not gonna hydrate. And if I lose this, it's your guys' fault. Oh my god, I suck. What happened to me? I should say it like that. I've fallen. Ah! The fish are coming in my butt. Oh. Now we're the problem. Oh man. Fuck. No. God, that one actually hurt me. I sounded a little broken right then. That was kind of depressing. I just got the ick for myself. Bro, what the fuck am I doing? We have to be helping the level 50 person, because this is wild. Oh yeah, it's because of my abilities. My gadgets, I mean, duh. Ah. And it was my fault. Honestly, let's see the damage. Oh, I was okay. Someone got 400 damage. That was the issue. It was not me. Like, it was me, but also kind of wasn't. Just because I kind of feel like it. I have some sort of finger sticker. What are you? Oh, emote. You fucking boomer. Like, I literally thought about a sticker in my controller. I was like, yeah, I'm holding the button down. What can I say? Wow. Mm. It's really your own chat, bro. Specifically 2 people. Ugh. Maybe try to level my tank up a little bit on my own, or I join people right away. Because that was really tragic. Oh my god! The fuck? Why did I just say it like that too? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can live long and prosper, yes. But I wouldn't do that right now because you guys have cursed me to struggle at this game. Oh my god. Right now I can't even blame teammates. This is extra tough. It's living legend. Fucking funny to that. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not winning this one. Because you were gonna throw that. What's that? I played a TikTok one time on here. There's someone's like special pitch they said they made, and that just looked horrendous. Here, let me see if I can find it quick. Hmm. Oh, yeah. If I do a Lipa? You talking about this one? Yeah, I can't find that random obscure TikTok from like 2 years ago either right now. Let me be realistic. Okay. There were many songs that pulled up called Begging. Oh, it's Beggin'. I just remember this playing so much on the radio on my way to work. Because I remember like dissociating to it driving out in the country and like the fields and shit. So it must be old, huh? Not like super old, but like I remember it, but I don't know it. Dude, I gotta help people again to get currency to level my stuff up. Or to get carried some with my tank. Huh. I did not hear those lyrics. What the fuck? Oh, a song? I was like, damn, I spaced out hard for a second. That's my first time I've had my ship fail trying to join one. Okay. Now I'm locking in with my music for a little bit and vibing. Clearly at 3.5 hours and being nonverbal for a lot of it, I've entered like a flow state with Splatoon right now. And so I'm just kind of gonna allow that one. Gonna allow it. Oh, I listened. I just have to level up these pain in the butt tanks. Versus my shit that's so good. And it's really humbling and I need like... Oh my god, I'm scared. I need some familiar music that I normally listen to really help me cope with how bad this hurts me. Kind of a matter of life and death, so like... Oh! No! Oh my god, I'm freaking cracked. What the hell? Dak, I'm deadass gonna ban you. Right after this game. I know you're one of my like 3 subscribers. but I have standards. Count your days. You're making me now, the more that I say no to it, the more mean I come off. putting me in a bad situation. You're making me feel empathy. And I'm just trying to splat. Oh my god. Like, if I listen to that while I'm playing this right now, I promise you, like, hand to fucking God, as you guys just said, oh fuck, that I will end stream today and then go literally be like, I'll be looking at my safety plan. Ew, what is it doing? Ah, dude, it is my build that's good. My weapon is mediocre. It's my gadgets and shit that like make me able to function at all. Oh, thank fuck. Yeah, I got carried. Wait, what's that do? It's just like the pan. Hmm. Oh, a roller. This one. Holy shit. That is so much damage. Honestly, this has like the fucking music video sound effects. What the heck? Why does Spotify do that now? Ew. Yeah, that hit me at the same time. Like, what the hell? But it's probably playing louder for you guys. I get a little overstimulated, so I have mine lower for me. Feel like I should probably use this. Ooh, that's so slow though. Ooh, it kind of is really good. Then and that was with my ability popping off, which I didn't plan on. That. $19,000 per hit close up like that. And I do a lot of that. Damn. I feel like I should use this one over the other, huh? My thing is that to upgrade it, I would have to scrap my other gun, so I would lose my gun. So I have to be sure on the type. Maybe I'm not gonna scrap my other gun for now, because I like that I can hold it down more. These are the guns in the game. So this one's the Jam Squelcher. This one's the Balloon Roller. One's like a giant, like, paint roller, you know? But then you also fling it that way, or if you jump and then do it. I feel like I should. Yeah, like I hate using it like that, but it's nice for just like big open area to make a path, especially online, because then people can just roll behind, like swim behind you. kind of feel like I should use it. It's just massive. Hmm. What do I want to do? For sure can scrap those easily. Like, that's really hard to ignore. Fuck. Yeah, so I'll get all of my currency back from leveling it up. And, like, the abilities I put on it and that were previously on it. And I can go to upgrade weapons. First, I'm gonna swap. Yeah, because otherwise I'll forget. Okay. So I don't care about freeze. Oh. I need another one of that. Damage dealt to far off salmonids. That wouldn't be effective. This one is the one I liked. Replacing... Yeah. Replacing that. Consecutive attacks. I want initial HP and ink recovery. 10% faster when submerged in ink. That'd be bad. HP recovers 10% faster. 3 or more. HP and ink recover 10% faster when submerged. Okay. And then upgrade. Okay. I think I want to use this instead of the other. Of that one. I need more control. And then this. Let me see if I can. Ooh, double slash would be cool. Increase slash damage after you take damage twice when using this gadget. I think I'll save for that. Okay. I could just do this one again. Or I'll go help someone, and I'll suck and let them carry me a little. You guys are being so ableist right now. Laughing through the pain. Wait, I am kind of like obnoxiously overpowered now. No, of being hate crimed on my own stream. Off camera. Hurts the same. Oh no. I wasted my... That was so close. Yep. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, that paintbrush is wild. I am going to be sticking to that. I needed to make gadgets. Almost got a little caught up. Oh, wait. Okay. It's 4 a.m. in the morning and she's not listening. Bruh, go to bed. That's late. Mind you, my sleep schedule's been pretty ass. I don't need anything new with that. Can I? Wait. No, I still can't do another one. That's my issue. I can't have 3 gadgets equipped because the tank isn't maxed out. So then I would need to make a gadget. Not just upgrade. Double slash. Or are you talking about a different one? Are you talking about the Miley Cyrus one? I'm trying. Is this the one you mean? Or do you mean the Miley Cyrus one? Oh my god. My fucking Spotify, I swear, just crashed. What the hell? No. No, it's for real, actually not allowing me to use it. What the hell? Well, here we go. My Spotify is no longer working. That is actually wild timing. Okay. It'll help others. No, I swear. I don't like... I was being for real about not playing it for a minute, but then I was gonna play it, and it just won't let me use the app. It pops up a little circle with the, like, red line through it. Won't let me click anything. And, like, play and everything are grayed out. So I'm not sure what the hell happened. Huh. I thought about that too, but I don't want... It'll play my, it'll save to my VOD, but I don't want my shit to all be muted. Unfortunately, I don't have my window, like, capture set up to that. I only do for, like, my starting soon screen. I'm gonna try Spotify again here in a minute though, after this round, because I can't just listen to this. Even though, like, I could normally, like, knowing that it was taken from me, that it wasn't my choice, it's different. Good night. Yeah, don't be sleep deprived when you're back home. Don't be too tired to, like, really enjoy it. Yeah. Oh my fuck, I suck. Hey Rap, what's up? I'm getting destroyed. Oh, nice. Honestly, when I end stream, I need to eat. I forgot, it's been a bit. Oh, I picked up a couple new Batman volumes. I got Dark Patterns and started that. I really like it. Got that yesterday. And then oh, what's the other Batman one? I finished Absolute Superman Volume 2. Sorry. This game is like overstimulating me right now. Shit. I like can't say my whole sentence without pausing. That was wild. Like the audio version of a lead stand. Damn. Sucked. We sucked. No, I think actually just one person low-key sucked, and that is unfortunate for them. Don't be me. Like 2 games ago. Never. I don't really care about the extended dash stuff. Maybe I could do cooldown. I'm gonna try to reopen Spotify and see if it functions. Okay, it does now. What the hell? Oh yeah, I can look at what's the other one I got. Batman Volume 1 Daylight with like the blue and yellow cover. And I started both of those. And then I also picked up, I haven't read Godzilla stuff. And I don't know how I picked up, I think it's Godzilla vs. America, and then the one that I picked up is Godzilla vs. Kansas City, just because it's a Midwest city. And I think it features comic artists from Kansas City, which is the vibe I got. But I didn't really research and stuff. But it seemed like a quick, kind of, I don't know, neat read to get familiar with some different artists and other places. Godzilla vs. America, Godzilla vs. Kansas City. And I didn't know if it would be, if it does Godzilla justice, you know? But, oh, sick. Well, yeah, I'm excited to read it. It seems really cool. It seemed like they hired some different people based on, from the cities they made it with. Or, in, or based on, I guess. Which is really cool. Okay, sick. If they didn't, I would have been kind of disappointed, because that was that was my understanding in the store. I looked at, yeah, I looked at, I think it was Justice League with Sonic, Volume 1, 2, and I was like, I can't be spending all this money. But, because that one I don't think is probably I don't know if it's very good. It's more just vibes based. And for a volume of something like that, 3 is too many. Or, 3 is enough. Over 3 is too many. That's funny. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you had a podcast, too. You actively still do it? Or want to shout it out? No pressure, but I could listen to it. Oh shit. No offense, of course. I'm just not like, I wasn't as active. Like, I would talk to like people around me about politics and stuff through Facebook, and then through Twitter I engaged with stuff more outside of my local community, but I live in a really conservative state, so like I didn't know about Twitch as early as I think a lot of other people did, for sure. And then even then I started out lurking a lot. But with you having CPTSD too, I feel like you would get like, I was still in my trying to survive stage versus my like living and remembering and enjoying things. So now I'm more in that. So alright, it's our friends that have been tight since college and guess I'm like since like 2006. Holy shit, that's a long time. Not everyone. They've been creating like podcasting for a long time. That's impressive. Comic book forums and then Facebook and Twitter expanded. Yeah. Like, I feel like you've said kind of similar, maybe, but for me, the more that I get into healing, the more that I like, I feel like I want to just yap because I didn't have a chance or like the option to express it before, or like was too busy or too stressed or literally was like discouraged and stuff. For like random shit. So I feel like now at 30, I'm getting a little obnoxious. I'm trying to find a balance. Situation. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Fuck it. Hey, that's why your chat badge is Kirby with the dogs out. Oh my god, yeah. I don't know. I don't remember a lot. It's my issue. I remember the bad stuff, and then I don't remember the good stuff and like the normal shit. But that has definitely changed, and that's really like sick with therapy, especially like parts work and stuff. And then EMDR. Those have been like actually annoyingly helpful. You know, when like something actually works that people tell you to do. And I'm like, damn. I didn't necessarily not believe it before, but it is wild still every time when shit works. Ooh, okay, cool. I'll have to pull that up in my tabs after this game so I don't forget. I guess I forgot I have chat up through Chatterino, so it won't disappear for me. Let me get cute. Holy shit, level 35 and got that much. Collected it though, or caused that damage, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm using my shitty abilities. I keep forgetting that. I'm using the bad tank. Or like, ooh, what's this? Boy Claw Blaster, that's cute. Wait. Direct hit is 21,000 damage. Do I have to charge that? Oh wait, it's not like this purpley blue color. So it's not as good. It's cute though, and if it was better, I would use it. but it's not this rarity. I will scrap it. Mm-hmm. Upgrade? Dang. Very close to having enough, though. Here. I need to pee really quick. I'll be right back. It's been 4 hours and I need to get up, stretch, and pee. Yippee. Alright, let me get my earbuds back. Ew. I just like breathed in dog fur through my nose. That was actually cursed. What the hell? Mike, I didn't have to share that information either, and I did. But, you know. Ew. I didn't inhale it to my lungs. That shit didn't go to my brain. But still that was not a nice feeling. Alright. What the hell? It was off my mic. Okay. And yeah, I didn't even realize in the store. When I first looked at it, I opened Dark Patterns, Batman Dark Patterns, and was like, damn, I really like this art style. This looks so good. So I was for sure getting it, and then I like looked it up on Storygraph quick, And that's when I like looked at it closer and noticed that like it says it's the artist from Absolute Wonder Woman, which Absolute Wonder Woman, like I love the art style. I think Hayden something. Let's see, and I picked it up based on his recommendation. Yeah. Yeah, Hayden Sherman. Absolute Wonder Woman is like, it's a comic that I'm like genuinely grateful to be alive during. That shit is so pretty and it's so good. Oh yeah, I think it's my, I don't know actually. Like I think it's my favorite. I really though really enjoy Absolute Batman. Like it's hard to pick. Now they've got Catwoman. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Catgirl. Oh my god. Did you say Catwoman? I combined Batwoman, Catgirl. Oh my god. Wait, I'm literally, hold up. Hold up. No, it's Catwoman. What the fuck? I second guessed myself. Sorry. The game is overstimulating me and I've been playing it for over 4 hours. My brain, I think, is like dead. Oh, Superman. That kind of fanboy. Dude, when I finished volume 2 today, I actually was like so disappointed that I didn't have more to read. I don't know if because I got 1 and 2, like volumes 1 and 2 as the volumes and not individuals, I'll probably not buy any unless there's a specific cover that I would want just to like collect that cover. I'll probably wait for like volume 3 and collect them as the volumes just so they're like the same. But I get the singles, like the single issues for Absolute Batman and Catwoman and Superman and Martian Manhunter I'm interested in doing. But that one, I just got volume 1, so fuck, that sucked. I love individual comics, even though they stress me out because I don't want to mess them up in any way or get like fingerprints on them or warp them or anything when I'm reading them, and I'm like really careful. I love them. It's like a more meaty like Pokemon card experience for me. Like I love Pokemon cards, but a comic is like that plus writing. Like what the fuck? And even more art than a card, and it's about the same price for, you know, a booster. Individual comics every week for like almost 30 years. You do have the big boxes in your like setup. Do you have more than the boxes in that room? I don't know that I don't have a visual memory, so I can't even like I just remember there's at least 3 of like the big comic book storage box thingies. Dang. No long boxes because they're too heavy. Ah. Makes sense. I can't lift that shit. Mine for now are in. My sister got some like Hubman and Chub Girl, I think are the names or something like that, stickers, and it came in like a nice cardboard box. And so she was gonna throw it away, and I was like, oh, I'll take it and put my comic books in it. Or like I'll take it and find a use for it, and then I found a use for it. But I don't have very many singles because that's not even full yet. And it's like 2 shoe boxes, like hamburgered together. Working on organizing things. Oh shit. I mean, if you want to link it in chat, feel free, not to like make you look it up, but I'll pull it up later. Oh my god. I got like 1 cover or 1 single of something is killing the children, or I can't remember what it's called. I really like that series too. Yeah, something is killing the children. I got 1 cover of that because I really like the series, but I've bought that in volumes too. I got at least one that I really liked. What else? Monstrous, I got the Omnibus, like, Deluxe Volume 1, and then someone stole my Volume 2. So, even the amount that's in the first one, the first volume, I don't want to go back and buy all those singles, so it's just not worth it to me, but Monstrous is so pretty. I can't wait to read more of it. Like, more of it. It's so good. That one, I hate that shit. Ugh. I need to switch back to my tank. No, I'll go help. The complete volume, stick with it. Yeah. Even though it sucks, because I'm like, I would love to be current and like reading more of it actively. I'm definitely waiting. No shot. Gee, what's up, buddy? Okay. Ooh. I miss my main gadget so much right now. I think all of my fermented stuff was maybe what was helping a lot. This game right now. Holy shit. This game is wild. Like, I've genuinely been saying that I'm obsessed, and I literally mean it, because why the fuck have I been playing this for 4 hours and gone nonverbal for so much time? Just playing, like, no story. Grinding. I'm training. I'm gonna go pro. What's wild is I'm gonna go from playing this to playing 3 again, and I'm going to hate my life because I'm gonna suck so bad compared to real people and not PvE. I get more like stressed for that. This I just think it's funny. Oh god. And also like damn when I die, but I'm not like mad. Rose splatting. Oh, I just actually clutched the fucking win. Watch me have sucked. Oh, I did, bro. I need my... Oh, dang. No matter what, it pairs you when you go to help people with people of your same, like... At least recently, all of my games have been, like, level 50, level 47. So we're all, like, in the same area. Not really a great time to be leveling up. Thanks. Man, that's really painful. I'm not gonna be doing that. I think I got you. Bud. Hey, down. What's up, bud? My dog is summoning me. What are you doing? Good boy. He's so cute. Okay. I will not be doing that right now. Let me find it though. I can't wait for ESO crossplay and like cross progress. That just made me think of lockpicking, trying to find that shit. I love ESO's lockpicking mechanic. It's so satisfying. Suck on my own. Half the development team. Fuck. What the hell? Never mind. Shooting from early 2027 release for crossplay. If at that point I'm even like, oh, I want to still support it. Since they like just lose them, they fired them. Fucked them over. Just fucked it. Capitalism sucks so much ass cheek. I say at 30. What, buddy? Why are you whining at me? What's wrong? Huh? What's wrong? Senior members of staff that are making more money than new people? Well, yeah. Because they're too busy investing in, like, ICE. And bombing people. Innocent people. And kids. Men and women. Just chilling. People just chilling. So, pretty fucking unfortunate. Like, not even just that, though. That, like, Pikachu, what the fuck? What's wrong? What's wrong? Okay. What's wrong, boy? Alright, I'm gonna be done streaming because he is being a big baby, and I'm compelled to listen to him. Versus going on 5 hours of Splatoon. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Good night. Pack and Raph and whoever else. Hopefully Sushi is the fuck asleep. Bye.